Good afternoon, everyone, and please, you're most welcome to this event. Before we begin, I'm going to request us to please take the seats in the center. Please take the seats in the center of the auditorium. I'll be very grateful if you do that before we begin. The seats in the center of the auditorium. Thank you very much.
Nange ndi mwana wa mbuga chambala amatembe ntwala nyabo anti ndi mwana wa mbuga ntwala ulira chambala amatembe nange ndi mwana wa mbuga abanga bagala mbabulire ensonga chambala amatembe nange ndi mwana wa mbuga wekona kungalo nkubulire ensonga walalo obude bukedde munyongere ngalo mbabulire ebyedda chambala amatembe nange ndi mwana wa mbuga ntwala nyabo nange ndi mwana wa mbuga ntwala ulira chambala amatembe nange ndi mwana wa mbuga wekona kungoma nkubulire ensonga anti ndi mwana wa mbuga anti mulayira mukulu jabera chambala amatembe ama ndi mwana wa mbuga nkaira nnyo obude bukera chambala amatembe nanti ndi mwana wa mbuga sebo nsakaza abazinyi mwebuge nange ndi mwana wa mbuga munyanukula abalungi abagalwa obude bukedde nyimba mpolampola obulago sindere abanga bamuno pitani balonyi b'omukulu chambala amatembe abanga bagalwa ntwala nyabo nange ndi mwana wa mbuga ntwala ulira jaja ndi mwana wa mbuga sebatacha wandibeera nani anti ndi mwana wa mbuga anti nsakanya oluyimba n'engoma abanga bagalwa mulayira kabaka yantuma sebabalangira bedda anti mwogerako omulungi eyanzala wazala n'okuza banange musenvula mbalaba anti ndi mwana wa mbuga ntwala nyabo chambala amatembe abanga bamuno ntwala ulira chambala amatembe ama ndi mwana wa mbuga seeteeza amazina g'omukulu budde bukedde banange abalungi abagalwa wamagwewe balenyamba abaana banyamba nakeera nnyo abaana banzula sebosalonga embuga nanti mwogerako omulangira omukulu jajange yalamula enseno anti mwogerako kabaka gyali namba ntwala nyabo chambala amatembe okona kompola n'owulya bwevuga owange nevuga okona kwesebo nalaba bwavuga wulira bweyeta akona nnyo akona nakuba kabaka nayita munange omutaka natula abanga bagalwa obudde bukeera ndaba abaana abanga bamuno sebo saalongo wazaala n'okuza abaana b'embuga nyabo naalongo wayonsa n'olaba ante ndi mwana wa mbuga ntwala sebo nange ndi mwana wa mbuga ntwala wulira akono emunya n'okula baliwo abange emunya n'okula baze tweyanze bakulu tweyanze bakulu tweyanze abalangira bedda tweyanze abambejja abaana abange tweyanze bakulu abagalwa tweyanze amatooke n'ennyama tweyanze ebitabo ne peni tweyanze okwambala okunyuma munange okwambala obaawo tweyanze abakulu tweyanze kabaka waaba omulungi yasima mwogerako omulongo yananza munange wazaala nobawo tweyanze mwebala bazze bannanga abakyala n'abami tweyanze ab'enkusumbalaba abanakinsige mbalaba mwebuga omwana gw'engabi wulya bwakuba tweyanze abalungi abagalwa tweyanze abaana n'ensi namwogo yezaala obudebukede kera nnyo omulangira kera sebo nakulinda embuga tewajja wazaala nnyo n'ozaala abalangira abaana wazaala nnyo n'ozaala abasomi b'empulira munange omulamuzi omukulu oyamba nnyo obudde bukedde oyambwangako olwekuyita okeera ng'ondabe ndabirawa mulongo wange ndabirawa satitawo sondanye abawula dda nandize naye olugendo nandize newala abenga bagalwa kumulondola nti namugo yezaala balungi nabi omwoyo mulondo ogweyagala kumulondola munange kumulondola namugo yezaala balungi nababi kon haya kulya bwakona kabe jaga zezogedde jangu owulire bwezogera jali naluwema zogedde jali eyansima jali gwe ngamba abeera atulako mpola n'atula watula omwana w'ekika mulayira akeera nnyo ebyabalongo byajjayimba lwakeera sebo saalongo nkulamusa ezogedde jali gwe ngamba jali eyaŋŋaza ezogedde jali gwe ngamba lwaleero endege za muno zinavuga sebo lwaleero ngoma za muno zinakugwa. Aya. Namakayagaliwa. Jigi. Watu wawa. Kona.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Waviona and your team. Thanks for that entertainment. Again, I would like to welcome you to this event, our celebration of the humanities in Uganda, in East Africa, in Africa, and on the globe. And we're glad that you've taken time to join us this afternoon. I'd also like to welcome our online audience to this event. We would like to start, and we're going to officially start with 4 anthems. We'll start with the Uganda National Anthem, the German Anthem, the East Africa Anthem, and then Makere's Anthem. So I'd like us to get up on our feet and start this function officially. Thank you very much.
tubariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Makerere, Makerere, we build for the future, the great Makerere. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. From east and west, from north and south, all voices singing, arise, Makerere. Rise up and rise, high up and high. All voices singing, arise, Makerere. Makerere, Makerere. We build for the future, the great Makerere. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Do not forget, through all the years, those who have gone through the gates of Makerere. Give them the pride, give them the joy, all to remember the gates of Makerere. Makerere, Makerere. We build for the future, the great Makerere. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Those who hear thee, seek ye the truth. Build for the future, the great Makerere. Those he have been, those he will be. Build for the future, the great Makerere. Makerere, Makerere. We build for the future, the great Makerere. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wabiona and your team, and for that excellent performance in the anthems. Again, I would like to welcome you to this Choose 2022 International Humanities Conference. We are tweeting at Choose Conference 2022 and at Makerere, hashtag Makerere at 100. This, our centennial year, our 100th year of existence as Makerere University, as we build and keep building for the future. I would like to welcome our online audience again, and we thank you so much for joining in this event. I would like to recognize our chief guest who is available with us in the house, the German ambassador, His Excellency Matthias Schauer. I would also like to recognize the presence of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. I would like to recognize the presence of my principal, Professor Josephine Aichire. I would also like to recognize the presence of my Dean, Dr. Sauda Namialo. Thank you for joining us. And the Dean of the School of Liberal and Performing Arts, Professor Mangeni. Thank you. That's when you know home is best. I'd also like to recognize the presence of the various heads of departments here. My head, Dr. Edgar Nautanyi, the head of Performing Arts and Film, Dr. Sylvia Nanyonga Nachmira Tamusuza. I would also like to recognize the presence of the head of DLEC, the Department of Linguistics, English Language Studies and Communication Skills, Dr. Levis Mogumia. I'd like to thank you all for, and the head history department, Dr. Charlotte Karungi Mafumbo. Thank you for joining us. We would like to start this event with our organizing committee chair giving her remarks, and when she's done with presenting her remarks, I'll ask her to invite the principal to present her remarks. Professor Bantavia, you're welcome. Sorry, I'm going to have to do this. Sorry about this mishap. I'm going to invite my Vice Chancellor and our chief guest to please come and take up your seats on this. Okay. I'm also going to please request us in the audience to please come take up the front seats. It feels so lonely here. I'll be very grateful if you do that. So my principal, my Vice Chancellor, and our chief guest, I'm going to request you to come up. And Professor Bantavia, please.
Our guest of honor, the German ambassador, His Excellency Matthias Schauer, our Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, our Principal, College of Humanities and Social Sciences, Professor Josephine Aikire, other deans, principals and heads of department are present at this function, and all of you distinguished guests, and also including students. I can't forget to really recognize the students who are around here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very critical time for us in CHUS. As it is noted, and we all know that this conference is happening at the time when Makerere is celebrating 100 years. So we are right now in the history books that this international conference was hosted the year Makerere was celebrating 100 years. You can clap for ourselves. It happens at a time when a number of difficult situations have taken place. The year 2021 was a year of, we could describe, of emergency, from the turbulence, especially for COVID-19. We were all worried. We lost colleagues, but we are still here. We thank God for that. For the year 22 now, we call it a year of possibilities. And so, COVID has taught us a number of things, including celebrating our lives and share the simple things that we have together and remember friends and colleagues, and that is being human. And this is at the center of choose and the center of the of the conference that we are holding today. I want to thank all of you who have turned up to this critical and very important conference. You have made time to join us as we celebrate humanities and social sciences this year. The College of Humanities and Social Sciences has organized a number of conferences, and we started with a symposium. To date, we know that we've moved beyond, and now we are hosting an international conference of this magnitude. Choose on the move. I have been honored to chair this conference with an excellent team, very bright, committed, selfless team that has organized this conference. I'm really grateful that this team was put in place, and their participation is credited for the success of this conference this far. They worked tirelessly, night and day, through different committees to ensure that the vision, not only of Choose, but of Makerere in general, is never failed. That we wanted to hold a conference that will be remembered in the history of Makerere in the next 100 years. I sincerely want to give my gratitude to that team. At this moment, before I recognize any other person, the team, can you please stand up for recognition, all in your various capacities? Because of time, I'm not able to mention each one of you. That team did a great job. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I cannot forget to thank the leadership of this university, our very own Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. His leadership enabled us to plan, to organize, but also be who we are. He has led us to believe in ourselves as the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. Professor Nawangwe, thank you very much for your leadership, and we wish you good luck in your next term of office. As Choose, we pledge to work with you closely as we attain our vision and mission of a research-led university, and this conference is a demonstration of exactly what we are going to do now and also the future. I would like to really, in a special way, thank the college leadership, led by our very own principal, Professor Josephine Aikire. She has led the team, she has mentored, and she has also directed and let the teams grow in all ways. So we thank you, Professor, for the leadership that is involving, participatory, and that nurtures the future leaders, but also maintaining that we don't lose track of the vision of humanities and social sciences. Thank you very much, Professor Aichiri. We couldn't have done this alone. And I would like to thank also the other members of the leadership of this college, the deans and heads of department, the deputy principal, because the principal does not work alone. So your team, you're all appreciated and thanked for nurturing all of us and nurturing the teams that have been working tirelessly, but also the other things we are going to witness this today, and which is a test to the choose on the move. We couldn't have done this without any support. I would like also to thank our supporters, and I would like to leave this to our principal, who will thank them, who has enabled that this conference is taking place, but also nurtured doctoral students over the years. Professor Nawangwe, you will hear from the principal how these donors of ours, or supporters, we call them supporters, who work with us to nurture academia, but also promote and project research that is critical for the advancement of the discipline of humanities and social sciences. This shows a lot of faith and trust and confidence in our college. The college at one time was one of those colleges they would call dry, sometimes dry college, with very few professors and very few research grants. We want now to boast that we are really on the move. Increased research production and also PhD training. The dean, the principal will show more about that, but we are on the move, and we ensure that we do not disappoint our supporters and also the leadership of the university. Lastly, I would like to say that humanities, many times we have received challenges, but humanities is at the center of our very own existence. The issues that we're going to engage with in this conference are those that are pertinent to our being human. You may be a politician, you may be in another position, but at the end of it, we are all human. And in this conference, those are the issues, those are the themes we are going to engage of being human. It is for this reason that we are sometimes looked at as activists, sometimes Katemba, sometimes MDD, but we know that humanities and social sciences are critical, and the issues of agency within the global context are very, very important for the survival of the human race. It is why this conference of this nature need to keep happening. Our Vice Chancellor and guest of honor, we want to assure you, and we demonstrate, that the form and nature of this kind of conferences are very, very important in understanding humanity, but also advancing the human race in an equitable and just manner. I would like to stop here for now, but I want to wish all of you, and for us from the kitchen, we are already out. We are super, super excited that you're all here, and we believe that each one of you will learn something from what has been carefully crafted to advance the cause of Makerere University, but also the cause of humanities and social sciences, which is there to guide and interrogate issues of being human. Thank you very much for listening to me. I take this opportunity and honor to invite my principal, Professor Josephine Aichire, to give remarks. You're most welcome.
I'm a little bit vertically challenged, so I'll have to. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the day. You can fill in the rest. We are privileged to be here, as the chair of the scientific committee has mentioned, to be celebrating 100 years of Makere's existence. Our dear guest of honor, the German ambassador in Uganda, His Excellency Matthias Schauer. Dankeschön. The Vice Chancellor, Makere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, Makere University, Professor Umar Kakumba, our dear keynote speakers, Professor Ngugi Wathiongo, Professor Nakanyike Musisi, and Professor Derek Peterson. The college leadership, the deans, heads of department, all of you conference presenters from near and far, from within the borders and beyond, from our sister universities within Uganda and the region, principals of other colleges, members of staff, academic and administrative, our dear students. We know it's examination time, so most of the students are not able to engage actively, but we are with you in spirit. All of you distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome you to the Choose 2022 International Conference. The last time we had a physical conference was 2 years ago. So we've not really met physically, and I think the impact is still on. Even the impact of the semesterization, we are not able to know when the exam time will be, and so there's a lot of, as we are trying to catch up with the normal university system that was disrupted by COVID. But nevertheless, we celebrate the fact that we are here to celebrate. The theme for the conference is Knowledge Revolutions and Practices, Area, Cultural, and Global Studies. And we've structured this as part of Makere's centenarial celebration. We were asked, what is this Knowledge Revolutions? The organizing committee spent sleepless nights trying to agree on the theme and what it means. And for us, as Choose, we said we need to make a conference that is able to provide space for debate and for rejuvenating areas of interest across the nation, across the globe. The overriding thrust of this conference is to explore how knowledge revolutions have impacted university practices, the teaching of, and research in the humanities and social sciences, as well as human praxis. So we are looking, we are contending, we are interrogating theory and practice in human existence. We are using this space and others as a discursive zone to interrogate innovative ways through which humanities and social sciences scholarship has refocused beyond the knowledge revolutions to imagine inevitable futures. We use this very space to foster critical thought about life, its afflictions, and ideals of human society. We use this very space to debate and rejuvenate theory and practice. Our dear guest of honor, we thank you for honoring our invitation and taking time off your busy schedule to grace our opening ceremony. We are opening today, but the whole week we are here. If you open the book of abstracts, you see the program and you see the lineup of the menu, the rich menu that CHUS has harvested across the globe, nationally, regionally, and globally. We acknowledge the friendship and partnership between Germany and Uganda, but specifically Makerere University. Would like to inform you that, for example, for us as the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, the support that the Gelder Henkel Stiftung has given to the college has soared the capacity of PhD training at the college. Again, we are saying Dankeschön. And you are now ambassador to Uganda, but you're going to be our ambassador to Deutschland. And when you bring our friends from Gelder, we shall prepare for them yogurt mit ananas. On behalf of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences and Makerere University at large, I would like to thank our keynote speakers. Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, whom all of us know, our proud alumnus of Makerere University, great writer, impactful writer in decolonizing literature, was not able to be with us. But we could still feel the enthusiasm that he had. He was supposed, first of all, to fly to Kampala because he was very excited. The first email that was sent by his very student, Professor Susan Chiguli at Makerere University. And the enthusiasm went as far as suggesting that we should hold this conference in a local language. Now I'm seeing Professor Mangeni very challenged on that. But his health has not allowed that. The doctors have not allowed us to at least interview him. But Ngugi lives. He lives within Makerere University. All those that have been touched by Ngugi, Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, please stand up. All of you. And so that means that Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o is here with us, and we shall have a conversation with his works. Professor Nakanyike Musisi, you're welcome home. As an alumnus, I'm told Professor Nakanyike also participated in some strikes. Those were days of activism that informed our theory. As a great historian of our time, a feminist historian, we are proud that you're able to make it and participate in this conference as a keynote speaker. Professor Derek Peterson, most of us identify him with archives. We treasure your commitment to restoring and conserving history. We treasure your commitment to Makerere University. We would be glad to know that our historians actually made time to come over before time of the conference so that they could engage and interface with our graduate students, our PhD students in the college. So the PhD students have had this very rich experience pre the conference. Thank you very much. And we say, without fear of any contradiction, that humanities has been at the heart of Makerere University since its birth and is reputed for eminent scholars, post-independence political leaders, and activists. So under this program that we named Humanities at Makerere University, this conference is aimed at galvanizing our scholarship at the college for even greater human utility on the African continent. We see that humanity continues to grapple with challenges such as misgovernance, conflict, gender inequality, climate change, pandemics, and therefore there's more need than ever before for more ingenuity and inventiveness. And it is resident right here at CHUS. In this conference, this whole week, so Ambassador, you can also chip in the next time on tomorrow, Wednesday when you have time, Thursday, we are here up to Friday. So it's a rich menu, as you will see. We are aiming at facilitating debates on key issues, and it's our hope that the conversation that starts here do not stop here, but help us to critically look at the world we live in with resolve for greater humanity. Also, as part of this conference, as part of this celebration, CHUS is launching an edited book entitled Historicizing the Humanities at Makerere University, looking at, yes, that's in order. Looking at trends, patterns, and prospects. As you'll be told, the book traces different aspects of humanities scholarship at Makerere, its genesis and impact. Please get yourself a copy. Our funders, I would like to acknowledge the generous support of the Mellon Foundation, which allowed us to dream. Dream 3 years ago, when the idea of the conference and the book was actually proposed. The Mellon Foundation has also supported various research efforts by early career and senior scholars in the college. And we have a lot of research projects and research products to celebrate. The support of this conference, as I said, was committed 3 years ago, anticipating the celebration. I take this opportunity to heartily appreciate the Gerda Henkel Stiftung in Germany for supporting a very ingenious PhD training at CHUS. This type of training, cohort training, has enabled various support mechanisms for graduate students. And therefore, I'm proud to say that in the last graduations, CHUS graduated the highest number of PhDs. The last one being 22 PhDs out of the 100 that Makerere presented. And we say that the support mechanisms from this has enabled the college to refine the models of graduate student support, which allows them to enjoy the experience of PhD. So it's not a lone hunter experience, but it has also enabled academic vibrancy of the students and the college at large. So we thank you, and through our ambassador, we thank the Gerda Henkel Foundation. The university management, you've enabled the college to meaningfully pursue the strategic goal of a truly research-led university. Professor Nawangwe, I think the authority that gave you this reappointment saw it wise that you had to complete this maturation of the vision of a truly research-led university. So it's a vote of confidence as well as a big ask that we look up to management to enable us to meaningfully be a research-led university. Congratulations, Professor Nawangwe. Let me end by thanking the organizing committee, the chair of the organizing committee, Professor Grace Vantebia Kyomuhendo, the convener, Dr. Levis Mugumya, you could stand up for recognition, and of course, the organizing committee, which included a number of aspects. There was public relations, led by Rita Namisango and Jane Anyango, who is at the college public relations office. The academic input in the various themes, as you will see, led by our very own research experts across the college, as well as the administrative aspects that have been handled very meticulously. I really thank you all, and what I can say is that this is really phenomenal. Humanities at Makerere University can only but bounce forward. I thank you for listening to me as we build for the future. Let me take this opportunity to invite the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. You're welcome. We can't afford to have a sick VC.
Our guest of honor, Your Excellency Matthias Schauer, the Ambassador of Germany to Uganda, members of Makerere University Council and Senate present, members of the university management, representatives of government ministries, departments, and agencies, representatives of the development partners, NGOs, and CSOs, the principal chiefs, Professor Josephine Ahikire, our keynote speakers, and I'm happy to see in the house Professor Nakanyike Musisi, a good friend of mine, and Professor Derek Peterson, another good friend of mine, who, when I was at the University of Michigan, was telling me things about Makerere which I did not know. He knows Makerere so well. Our conference sponsors and organizers, students, the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by making a small correction in the remarks made by Professor Van Tevia. Professor Van Tevia said, we wish you success in your next term of office. You said next. At Makerere, we have term limits. I'm already in my final term. But if you want to change the law, I will assist you. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to Makerere University and to this International Humanities Conference commemorating the centennial existence of our great institution. This is a truly unique platform for us to come together and explore how the knowledge revolutions have impacted university practices and transformed the teaching and research in the humanities and social sciences. Both Professors Ahikire and Van Tevia have been pointing to the resurrection of the humanities. And it is true that at some time, the humanities were basically written off. But I must congratulate you for bouncing back and regaining your position. And there is evidence to that, producing the largest number of PhDs, becoming visibly one of the most vibrant research colleges on campus. You have truly made a renaissance. In a special way, I welcome our guest of honor, the Ambassador of Germany to Uganda. Thank you for accepting to grace this occasion. Your Excellency, Makerere University has for the last 100 years done an excellent job for humanity. There is no country on earth where there is no Makerere alumnus trying to make life for people better. And I know there is a big number of them in Germany, sir. And we would like to thank the German people. The German people have been a part of Makerere's history. Through the difficulties that the world over, it is because of the work of the College of Chiefs. Because all the names I'm going to read here went through that college. And of course, for obvious reasons, we all remember the politicians, but we don't. Scientists are very difficult to remember. So some of the leaders that have gone through CHUS include Julius Nyerere, Milton Obote, Mwai Kibaki, Benjamin Mkapa, Oginga Odinga, Okot Bitek, Ali Mazirui, David Rubadiri, Nuruddin Farah, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, John Ruganda, V.S. Naipur, and Wole Soyinka, among many others. Actually, I narrowly missed coming to choose as a student. My ambition as a young boy was to do political science. But at that time, Amin was around, and my father said, I don't think it is a good idea to do political science when Amin is still around. I tried to tell him, that's the more reason I should do political science. But he said it was not a good idea, so I ended up in the sciences somewhere. The College of Humanities and Social Sciences has championed the critical role of humanities and humanistic social sciences in comprehending, interpreting, and recognizing societal commonalities and differences, as well as fostering critical thought, social justice, equity, and democratic practice. Indeed, in the 1960s and 70s, before the onslaught of neoliberalism and the emphasis on STEM, the humanities and humanistic social sciences were very vibrant. And I have already read those names, which actually made Makerere the great institution that it is. In spite of this rich history, the current positionality and relevance of the disciplines of humanities and humanistic social sciences has come under scrutiny as compared to the natural scientific disciplines. Whenever I attend these meetings, and even today I have had a thinly veiled reference to that, many times people have claimed that the president doesn't appreciate the humanities. That is not true. The president has simply said, we have too few scientists. That doesn't mean he doesn't appreciate the humanities. He simply has said there are too few scientists and we need to train more. But the role of the sciences, the human sciences, cannot be overemphasized. While the university is prized in scientific research, today's complex global challenges such as global warming, global poverty, global epidemics, and gender inequality cannot be solely explained or resolved by natural scientific disciplines. I can argue that if we are to succeed in resolving any of these, the humanities must take center stage. If you take, for example, the parish development model, it looks like it is a very simple thing that is going to change the fortunes of people in Uganda. But it can be easily mishandled, even if you put in a lot of what we call scientific knowledge. I do believe that it is the humanities that must take the center stage in this, advise the people, know how people live, what their priorities are, and that is when the parish development model will succeed. It is therefore important to understand the human factor, which is central in most of the modern scientific glitches. Not only do the humanities and humanistic social sciences explicate our existence as human beings, but they also contribute to creating tolerance and understanding between citizens, which promote social cohesion and challenge established positions, social norms, traditions through critical thinking, and preserve heritage, cultural memory, and identity. Actually, we now have an organization called Alliance of African Research Universities, or something like that, ARUA in short. And we are hosting one of the centers of excellence. And when I went to the meeting which was deciding which center we would like to host, I very quickly said we want to do the one on the notions of identity. And for me, it was for one reason, that Uganda is the most culturally diverse country on earth. We have here people of different ethnic backgrounds in Africa than any other country. In Africa, we are the most diverse, and even in the world, we are the most diverse. And we must therefore understand the identity of these different ethnic groups if we are to forge a united nation. I have read Yeah, please clap because we need a united Uganda. I have read the conference brief and noted that the scholarship in the humanities and social sciences has undergone 3 major knowledge revolutions, from area studies as an American enterprise that was aimed at knowing, analyzing and interpreting the cultures, politics and economic life of other peoples of the world. The second was the cultural studies revolution that focused on issues of gender, class, ethnicity, and race, to the third again of global studies associated with the modern university system that has enabled the internationalization of teaching and research about the globalized challenges. These domains and parameters of development have become more diverse and are so great in complexity and in number that no one direction can be a panacea. We have entered an era in which everyone's concerns are contributions to the well-being of others, both now and in the future. I have no doubt that these concerns are the premise on which the theme and sub-themes of this conference are anchored. I think to underline the importance of the humanities, we must look at the one single problem that is going to determine whether our countries here in the region and the rest of Africa remain stable or they become unstable. And that's the issue of population growth. Every day when I drive to my former small village, which used to be in a forest in Busia, I just wonder how many people were producing. Because what used to be a road through a forest looks like one long street from Kampala to Busia. And that is frightening. We as universities, and Makerere in particular, must position ourselves to address these issues and look for solutions to ensure the stability of our countries. There is no better way to reposition the humanities and social science disciplines in the modern times than to involve the people we aim to serve. This has the importance that the knowledge we generate and strategies we come up with should go towards uplifting the lifestyles of people we serve. The outcomes of this conference will therefore have no meaning unless they reach the end users or are put to practical use. It therefore gives me pleasure as Vice Chancellor to welcome and host eminent scholars from all over the world over 3 days to interrogate innovative ways through which humanities and social sciences scholarship has focused beyond the knowledge revolutions to envisage the inevitable future economic, social, biological, and political challenges of humanity. It is also my sincere hope that this conference will have a comprehensive review of all aspects of teaching, theorizing, research, and practice in the humanities and the social sciences disciplines. And by the way, I know that there are quite a few people in the humanities who are fond of commenting on me and what I do, and I have no problem with that. I think that's the way society is structured. As I conclude, allow me to appreciate the support we have continued to receive from development partners through generous acts such as sponsoring this fora, capacity building, research, and developing infrastructure. Special thanks particularly go to the Andrew Mellon Foundation and Gerda Henkel Stiftung for supporting academic activities in the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. And I must really thank these 2 organizations. They have helped us to revamp the humanities at Makerere University. And this is even by the fact that a few years ago, Andrew Mellon was sponsoring only universities in South Africa. But when they started sponsoring Makerere, they realized what they were missing before. Allow me also to appreciate our keynote speakers, Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Professor Nakanyike Musisi, and Professor Derek Peterson, the participants and all guests for honoring our invitations. I am glad that this International Humanities Conference 22 commenced today, 23rd August 22 at 10 a.m. with the graduate mentorship session. This is the beauty with scholarship. But I must also say, as both Professors Van Tevia and Akire said, our strategy is to become a more research-led university. And there is a good reason for this, for the very many things that I have said, the challenges that we face as a country, as a continent. The best way we can address them is by raising a critical mass of critical thinkers through PhD training. If we do not do that, our situation may become even worse. You are being nurtured and mentored not only to become the next generation of academics, but to also provide leadership and championship towards Uganda's development and the transformation of your communities. I encourage you to actively participate in the conference so that you learn more as you pursue your PhD and the masters. Let me end by once again thanking our guest of honor, His Excellency Matthias Shawer, for accepting our invitation, and to join Professor Hikire in requesting you to pass our gratitude to the many German organizations that have been part of the history of Makerere University. I thank you as we build for the future.
We are here to celebrate 100 years of Makere's existence. We are here launching the book Historicizing Humanities at Makerere University. Dr. Levis, you could help me so that I see some copies, at least, so that I don't talk about the book in vacuum, as they tell us. Professor Chimba would say, don't speak out, in a vacuum. There has to be a context. Is the book here? Okay. We have this language of Bafere, Chiwani, so sometimes you just feel like, okay. So our Vice Chancellor will launch this book, but before we do that, I would like to invite one of the editors. As lead editor, what I did was what in Luganda they call digging with this finger. Alimisarunwe. That way. But Dr. Levis was in the trenches and organized us as a team at the college to write a historical momentous book that will live for generations, that will show and demonstrate what a selected number of scholars have been able to pen down as the history of humanities at Makerere University. The other editors were Dr. Edgar Fred Nabutanyi. Maybe you could just stand up. And Professor Peter Atechereza. Dr. Levis, could you please come over and say a few words? And then you will also recognize the publisher, Fountain Publishers. I think we need a big hand clap for Fountain. Fountain Publishers has played a key role in advancing scholarship in Uganda and the world at large. So Fountain, you're very recognized, and we thank you for being friends to Makerere University. Dr. Mugumya, can you please?
Thank you, Professor Josephine Achille. We have kept, this sort of a secret so that what we have been cooking, we can reveal it, at this momentous occasion. Even the authors who have written the very good chapters in this book, they have not, seen this book. And they are going to get their copies for the very first time here. The German ambassador to Uganda, Mr. Matthias Schauer, the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Principal, College of Humanities and Social Sciences, principals of colleges of Makerere University who are here, the deans of various schools present here, the heads of department, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to start by welcoming you to this event and thank you for responding to our invitation and finding time to be with us. We do not take your presence for granted. As requested by my co-editor and also my boss, the Principal of CHUS, I will provide a brief journey that led these senior scholars to give birth to this baby that we have here today. The research project that bore this publication, Historicizing the Humanities at Makerere University since 1922, started in September in 2019, about 3 years ago. And this project, as you have been told, has been funded by the Mellon Foundation. During the project proposal writing, we observed that the humanities face an array of complex challenges, pressure from the university and government to reform in order to conform the contemporary national development programs, interrogating the legitimacy of humanities and the value of their contribution to society and development in Uganda, limited African or indigenous epistemic frames in the humanities and social sciences research, and therefore knowledge production, we saw it still steeped in the Western epistemic traditions, also dominated by the Western principles, and many other challenges. In particular, we noted that in the 30s and 40s, the arts courses sprang up at Makerere. And during the 60s, Makerere witnessed a boom in the humanities, especially in African historical studies. Still in the 60s and 70s, the humanities and humanistic social sciences were vibrant. The former Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences developed into a locality that attracted eminent scholars in these fields and groomed post-independent political leaders, as the Vice Chancellor has mentioned. We had, Julius Nyerere, Milton Obote, Benjamin Mkapa, and others. There were also intellectual debates of what he has also mentioned, Nuruddin Farah, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, John Luganda, Wole Soyinka, and of course our very own who has been here, Professor Mahmoud Mamdan, among others. And these, informed knowledge production, particularly in literary and political scholarship on the African continent. Thereafter, different events came on the stage, including, Idi Amin's, takeover, which came with a high rate of brain drain. We also had, STEM coming in and being privileged. We also had, the marketplace scholarship and others. These affected the humanities scholarship. The hardships notwithstanding, the humanities departments held on. Indeed, there is a rich history of the humanities at Makerere. However, no attempts had been made to critically historicize and interrogate the past and current positionality of the disciplines of humanities and humanistic social sciences at Makerere University, as well as the legacy of colonialism on these disciplines in any systematic and meaningful manner. Therefore, as the university prepared to celebrate 100 years, the project sought to re-examine the basis and significance of humanities and social science at Makerere University from a historical perspective. This historical approach would provide us with the evidence that would enable us to reflect critically on the role and significance of these disciplines in order to shape their future trends in Uganda and probably in the region and beyond. The major output of this project was supposed to be a book publication, which we are launching today. Of course, we had other activities, including public engagements and conferences, which many of you have witnessed and participated in. Those of you who have the booklet, I think there's that booklet titled Chapter Abstracts, you will find highlights of each chapter. In these 16 chapters, the authors that will be coming here re-examine the role of humanities and humanistic social sciences and interrogate the theoretical and methodological approaches that have informed their scholarship. They highlight which knowledge systems have been privileged and those that appear to have been at the periphery, the dominant and minor or neglected themes of research across the disciplines and the reasons for this. The authors who come from the different existing humanities and humanistic social sciences, namely philosophy, history and archaeology, performing arts, languages and linguistics, literature, social psychology, political theory, religious studies, feminist scholarship, and social anthropology, they construe the basis, the significance, and contributions of their disciplines to other disciplines and global challenges. They also look at their patterns and trends of knowledge production and how these disciplines engage with the public, thus conforming to the core functions of the university, which are research and teaching, knowledge production, and community engagement. We are glad that the publication has gone through the requisite rigorous publication procedures. Therefore, we hope it will inform debates on post-coloniality and what these disciplines entail and what they should be in terms of responding to societal needs in a broad sense. Such an endeavor should lead to a rethinking of the epistemological transformation of the disciplines and re-examine the general deceptive instrumentalist view about the humanities and humanistic social sciences scholarship and research. We believe that the publication will ultimately inform curriculum review of the humanities and social sciences at Makerere University. We also hope that this publication will not be an end in itself. It should trigger other intellectual undertakings to reflect on the disciplines in the college and the university in order to explore their nature, their values, and contribution to society with its current attendance challenges. As I conclude, I wish to mention that I was privileged to work with an amazing team of editors, as the principal has shown you, and the senior academics in the college. The editorial team is grateful to your time and efforts and resilience. We know they received so many feedbacks, if I can use the expression, from the reviewers. And we told them, you do not tire, because writing is a back and forth process. So we thank you for that resilience and determination to produce a good book. We are also grateful to our anonymous peer reviewers. Of course, the editors know these reviewers, but the authors do not know. We had, the internal reviewers here at Makerere University. After that, the authors had to address those issues. And then we had, to send them outside Makerere University to get, another eye. So these reviewers provided great insights and made intriguing remarks on the manuscript. So we thank you very much for your effort. We thank our publisher, Fountain Publishers. May I now request Mr. Tom Tibijika to stand up for the recognition. He's the managing editor at Fountain Publishers. And then he came alongside with Mr. Emmanuel Kanyembwa. Incidentally, I worked with him somewhere some time back. And I remember Emmanuel, started this journey with us when we are making, the preliminary dissemination of our findings. He was here with us. So we thank you for being with us up this point. Thank you for that back and forth interaction, which was aimed at ensuring quality. It has been a long journey. I think we gave them, the manuscript somewhere last year, and you can see, what we have produced. We'd also like to thank our partners, the Mellon Foundation and Gerda Henkel, for the financial resources that enabled this nurturing of the baby we have today. Finally, I would like to appreciate the continued support from the university management. Professor Nawango, we thank you very much for your support. Of course, there are also other people in the university who supported us. When we were starting, we couldn't, start publishing without writing a contract. And then we had to go to the legal department. I don't know if Miss Fiona is here in the house. She helped us very much. I think, this contract almost took about 3 months. You write this, then, Tom says, no, I think this clause is not right. Go back. In the future, if there is something, what happens? Then we come back. We consult the lawyers. Reframe it like this. We send it back. They consult their lawyers. No, this is not okay. But eventually, we were able to agree on a contract that bore this book. So thank you, the university management, for providing conducive environment for research and teaching. I would like to thank you very much as we continue to build for the future. Before I invite Tom to make some remarks, the publisher, to tell us, how they conceived, and appreciated this endeavor, I would like, to request the authors to approach in front. You are going to get yourself a complimentary copy. I think my co-editor, Professor Tejeza, will be giving those copies to you. And then when the time for launching, you will be standing in front here to brandish those copies before these other people, so that you can also encourage them, to publish. Of course, the deans who are here will also receive complimentary copies, but the book will be on sale. You will be paying 50,000 shillings only, but it is worth it, I assure you. So let me now invite Mr. Tom Tibishuka to come and give some brief remarks. And thank you very much for listening to me. Mr. Tom, you can come and make your remarks, as these people receive their copies, and then after that, we request the Vice Chancellor to launch this book officially.
Thank you, Levis. The guest of honor, His Excellency, the Ambassador Matthias Shawa, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Principal of CHUS, and other principals of colleges here present, the keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Tibishuka is my name. I work with Fountain Publishers, and so I bring you greetings from Fountain Publishers. Today we gather here to celebrate an addition to the collection of Makerere University. Some months back, about 8 or 9 months, we received an inquiry about our possible involvement in the publication of the manuscript entitled Historizing Humanities at Makerere, Trends, Patterns, and Prospects. The usage of the verb historicize made the title unique. It's not one of those common verbs that you use regularly. So the title was a bit unique, and it piqued our attention. As it piqued our attention, allow me today to take the same opportunity, use the same verb, and historicize the relationship between Fountain Publishers and Makerere University. This year, Fountain Publishers is turning 34 years of publishing. And Makerere has been part of this journey. For 34 years, we've been together with Makerere University. Like most publishing houses in Uganda, in East Africa, in the region, when we started, our focus was on going into instruction materials for schools. We were going into textbooks, we were going into revision books, we are going into readers, because we thought that's where the money was. But shortly after, Fountain Publishers was introduced to scholarly publishing by none other than Makerere University. And since then, hundreds of publications have come out. If I may recall, it was in 1993 that the late Dan M. Mudora came up with his publication, Religion, Ethnicity, and Politics in Uganda. And I think that is Humanities. This was followed by, in 1995, when Professor Tarsis Kabwejere came up with his title, Politics of State Formation and Destruction. Then in 1996, we did the publication by Samuel Karugire, Roots of Instability in Uganda. And in 1997, we got another publication from Dickson Kamkama, who was talking about Rwanda conflicts, its roots, and regional implication. And since then, we have not looked back. As of today, we have on our imprint over 200 titles, scholarly publications from Makerere University. So over the years, as Fountain Publishers, we have revised all the titles that had been out of circulation. I know there are some of the publications which some of you used at school, but were nowhere to be seen, so we were able to bring them back into publication. I remember a few years, maybe about 6 years or 7 years, we even tried to revive the journal, the transition. I think we did one launch, but it never took off. Over the years, we have worked on new manuscripts. We have turned theses into books. We have worked with individual professors, lecturers, scholars on their own publications or on behalf of the university. We've had formal cooperation with the university. I'm glad Professor Nakanyike is here. When we were handling the IAT Mark project, she was key. And I must confess, she mentored some of us, and we learned a lot from her. The College of Humanities, to the College of Humanities, we make special mention. You are very dear to us because of the immense contribution you've made. As I have said, we learned a lot from the likes of Professor Nakanyike. We learned a lot from many of you, the professors. As you know, there is no formal training in publishing in Uganda. All what we do, we've learned from the job, and partly from the scholars from this great institution. So, out of the many titles we have handled for Makerere University, either on an individual basis or institutional level, most of the manuscripts have come from humanities. So as we launch this publication today, we thank the editorial team for the great work they did. Coordinating a team of over 21 contributors or authors is not an easy task for a publication of 16 chapters. But with their endless effort, we've been able to complete this publication in a record period of about 7 months of back and forth. We thank you. As I conclude, we pledge to continue working with this great institution. We pledge to continue working with you, the individual professors, scholars. And the reason we are here today is to celebrate an addition to this achievement of working together. As we continue working together, we shall build for the future. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Now I think protocol is going to be... So let me now invite the Vice Chancellor to launch the book. May I request the authors to come this side so that they are not on the other side, so that the cameras can capture you very well. I will join you down shortly as the VC comes to the podium.
Thank you very much, Levis. I think we have been going through the celebrations of 100 years, and Professor Hikire was leading our committee on history, and I forget the second word. And she has been reporting that we want to produce a book on historizing humanities at Makerere. And she always says it in such a way that you think it is not serious. I think she's gifted in making life look so simple. But here I am launching this book, and she didn't even report that we are producing it soon. So, Your Excellency and colleagues, it is my pleasure and honor to launch the book, Historizing the Humanities at Makerere University. And I congratulate the authors. Congratulations. I have said in my earlier remarks that the history of Makerere University is very much connected to the support that Uganda has received from the people of Germany. A lot of that support has come directly to Makerere University through the years. A lot of our staff here at Makerere University have been trained at German universities, or they have benefited from the what we call DAD. And some of the infrastructure, some of the scientific equipment, a lot of it has been donated by the people of Germany. As you know, 2 years ago, we actually honored Angela Merkel with an honorary degree of Makerere University for her selfless service to humanity. We are still hoping that she will be able to come and pick her degree. And I think, Your Excellency, we want to request you to try and make that possible, that we welcome her here. Our next graduation is, I think, February. Please encourage her to come. We know that she's a very humble and person, but Makerere is also very humble, so we will not try to make too much noise about it, so that we can honor her for her self-service to humanity. It is therefore my honor now and the privilege to invite Your Excellency to come and address this august house. Your Excellency.
Dear Vice-Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, dear Principal of the College of Humanities of Social Sciences, Professor Josephine Ahikira, dear Chair of the Organizing Committee, Professor Grace Bantebia Kyomuhendo, Deans, Principals, Professors, Scholars, distinguished guests. Musibi Mutya, Mwebale Okunshaza. It is indeed a great pleasure for me. I'm really grateful for having been invited as guest of honor to this International Humanities Conference 2022, hosted by the prestigious College of Humanities and Social Sciences in Uganda's leading university. I myself have undergone training as a lawyer, so humanities only played a peripheral role, as in philosophy of law or history of law. But taking a step back, I realized that it's unimaginable to create a working legal regulatory system without having a profound knowledge of history, of society, and of language. So in the broader sense, I would say law is part of humanities. In the documentation for this conference, as has already been mentioned, I read that scholars in humanities and social sciences have witnessed 3 major knowledge revolutions since 1945. It's already been mentioned, so I'll just mention the area studies, the cultural studies, and the global studies. Today, we might already be at the brink of another revolution as we witness problems in maintaining global production processes amidst rising transport costs, political unrest in some areas of the planet, and realizing that we have made ourselves over-dependent on other countries. We have actually been fooling ourselves that economic interdependence would prevent armed conflicts. Unfortunately, we see this is not the case. We may now need a new focus on global cooperation and thereby create new fields of research for humanities and social sciences. Just an idea. Ladies and gentlemen, humanities usually attract a large part, even the major part of students at a university, mainly because of their vast range of interesting subjects. as the principal mentioned, this rich menu that they have to offer. However, they can also have a tough stance among other topics, other areas in university. In the political debate on education, we often hear that a country mainly needs engineers, economists, and technicians to increase economic performance and productivity. Of course, there is a need for all these professions, but I think it would be a huge mistake to discredit humanities as second-class studies. I firmly believe a young person should do what they feel passionate about. And fortunately, it's easy to find areas in humanities that you can be passionate about. So why do I feel humanities are so important, or I would even say vital to society? I'll give you a few reasons. First of all, they help us understand each other. Language, history, and culture have shaped each and every one of us. Without communication that works, nothing much else will work. As the Vice-Chancellor mentioned, for instance, the importance of understanding the identity of individual ethnic groups. Another reason is humanities teach us to approach new and complex issues in a systematic way, to assess information, to weigh different facts, consider more than one side of any specific question. Humanities help make informed and critical citizens. Without humanities, democracy would not work. Humanities also foster social justice and equality. They teach us empathy. They make international relations broader and stronger, I can assure you. And humanities encourage us to think creatively. They teach us to reflect upon ourselves, upon human nature, and to think outside of the box. Humanistic studies enrich the soul and make you a cultured individual. Their focus is on values and on beauty. A humanistic education will enable you to understand, appreciate, and also to create art, music, theater, literature. Some say that degrees in humanities and social science are not as marketable as degrees in the STEM fields, the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or certain degrees in business and management. At first sight, that might seem true. However, in my experience, a student diligently and successfully studying in his or her humanity subject will always carry this energy and motivation into the professional life and will stand more than just a good chance of finding a job. Almost all employers and employees desperately need employees who can communicate fluently, intelligently, persuasively. Employees who can organize their thoughts and synthesize scattered information into a coherent story. Employees who are well-rounded and have soft skills, such as the ability to converse with a number of sometimes difficult clients on topics in a constructive manner. It is humanities that help students express themselves well, both orally and in writing. These skills, along with real-world experience, such as internships, will make a young person highly marketable, not just if they have studied natural sciences or management. In sum, a humanistic education is something that will enrich you in many ways, intellectually, emotionally, and also financially, if you work hard, enlarge your field of competence, and gain some real-world experience while in college. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the reasons why I was particularly happy to accept this invitation to speak today is the long-standing and already mentioned relationship and collaboration Germany enjoys with Makerere University, especially with the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. It has been now more than 60 years that German was first taught here in evening classes. It was an extracurricular language program and continued until 1967, when an independent Bachelor of Arts course was established to become the first German philology study program in East Africa. The program was developed over the years until today. We all know English is the dominant language in international communication, but there are a number of good reasons for also learning German. Chances for being employed as a teacher of German are quite high in Uganda. Over the last years, the majority of graduates from the German section at the Department of European and Oriental Languages have found a job in the education sector. Given the high number of school children and also adults willing to learn German, the prospects remain good. Students who have learned German at secondary school get a chance to participate in internships. Quite a few German-founded private organizations collaborating with Ugandan organizations have coordinated one-year internships successfully in the past. Germans are one of the largest tourist groups in Uganda, meaning there is a huge range of job opportunities in tourism for qualified personnel. You may have heard of the vocational training scheme in Germany. It is a hugely successful system, also known as the dual educational system, duale Ausbildung, where students alternate between attending classes and getting on-the-job training in companies. With this type of industry-focused know-how, they are much in demand. But you need to speak German to participate. German is also a unique connection to the world. More than 130 million people all over Europe speak German. Someone who has learned German well will find a wide market base for their professional skills. I admit some of the arguments I just raised apply not only to German, but also to other widely spoken foreign languages like French, Spanish, Arabic, or Chinese. Effective language acquisition and proficiency leads to creative and critical thinking as well as better interaction with other people. And the earlier you start, the more opportunities you have, given the current labor market needs. All these reasons should incite students to learn a foreign language, at least as a second subject, and they should also be an incentive for the university leadership, planners and administration to foster the teaching of foreign languages in a prominent way within the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hopeful that many important developments in the Department of European and Oriental Languages will follow. The long-standing suggestion to establish a Master of Arts program for German sounds, of course, most appealing to me. Germany remains ready to support any positive development here at Makerere. The German Academic Exchange Service, DAAD, has supported various programs in many different departments over the past years. And the Gerda Henkel Foundation has funded the training of 14 doctoral students within a space of 4 years so far, and will continue to fund another 60 doctoral students. The DAAD seconds a native German lecturer. She's on maternity leave, otherwise I'm sure she would be here, for the German section, and offers a wide range of scholarships for Ugandan students and scholars on different academic levels and in various subjects. To enhance this partnership even more, the DAAD has finalized a new memorandum of understanding with Makerere University just last year, something I'm really happy about. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, let me commend once more the College of Humanities and Social Sciences and all the organizers and contributors who have made this important conference possible. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and discussions in the coming days. With these words, I believe all I have left to do is to declare the International Humanities Conference 2022 open. Mwebale nyo.
Yes, I didn't really hear the sounds in the room to prove that really His Excellency has opened the conference. Yes, and to the online audience, I want to assure once again the hashtag for all right. Thank you very much. Members, you will recall that when our chief guest was speaking, it was more of also another keynote, fitting that the chancellor and the principal feel that the chief guest should also be more of humanities and law. So he will be the first to receive the souvenirs. Thank you so much. Let's invite Professor Nakanyike Musi. Wow, Ambassador, you look lovely. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, and also the Principal. Choose. On the program, we have a very brief performance from the Department of Performing Arts and Film. Yes, it's your turn. Thank you. Upcoming performance is setting the scene for the keynote lecture. The upcoming performance from Performing Arts and Film is helping us to set the scene for the next item in our program, and that's the keynote lecture. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this piece was specially prepared in honor of the keynote speaker, and I've been told that we have so many Ngugis here, and this is specially prepared for you. It is in Swahili. I hope we all understand Swahili, but the title is Mzalendo Mwema. Mzalendo Mwema means the true patriot. And this was composed by a Kenyan composer, the late Mark Okeo. Thank you.
Mzalendo mwema nani? Yule mwenye kupenda haki, apinga ufisadi. Kwake kuonwa ni kubaya, ni mwenye kusema kweli, akitoa ushahidi, achukia ukabila, apendaye watu wote. Tufanye bidii kwa kazi, ili tujenge taifa bora na kusifika. Umoja wetu ni nguvu yetu, jamii zote za Uganda yetu, jamii zote za Kenya yetu zitaendelea daima, jamii zote za Uganda yetu, jamii zote za Kenya yetu zitaendelea vyema daima. Mzalendo mwema nani? Yule mwenye kutii sheria, hapendi unyang'anyi. Kwake kuiba ni kubaya, ni mwenye kusema kweli, atendaye mazuri, afanyaye kazi vema, apendaye nchi yake. Tufanye bidii kwa kazi, ili tujenge taifa bora na kusifika. Umoja wetu ni nguvu yetu, jamii zote za Uganda yetu, jamii zote za Kenya yetu zitaendelea daima, jamii zote za Uganda yetu, jamii zote za Kenya yetu zitaendelea vyema daima. Mzalendo mwema nani? Yule mwenye kuwa tayari kulinda nchi yake. Kwake amani ni muhimu, ni mwenye mapenzi mema, pia asiyependa chuki. Mwenzake akijengeka, ni wa kwanza kumpongeza. Tufanye bidii kwa kazi, ili tujenge taifa bora na kusifika. Umoja wetu ni nguvu yetu, jamii zote za Uganda yetu, jamii zote za Kenya yetu zitaendelea daima, jamii zote za Uganda yetu, jamii zote za Kenya yetu zitaendelea vyema daima.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wabiona and your team. Another round of applause for that performance. Thank you so much. We're going to have a panel, and I'm going to request the following to please come up and take their seats. Professor Susan Chiguli, Mr. Aloysius Kwitonda, Professor Abasi Chiimba, Dr. Nabutanyi Edgar, and Professor Dominica DePio. We're going to have an archive of, okay, now I'm into archives. We're going to have a panel titled Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the Living Archive, Makes Memories of Makerere University. And I will request the chair, Dr. Susan Chiguli, to introduce this session and also introduce the discussion that's going to take place. Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize the presence of the head, Department of European and Oriental Studies. She was so excited when German was praised. Professor Natkunda, you're welcome. And Professor Chimba. And Dr. Nabutanyi. Yes, I did. Okay, thank you very much. Please enjoy the panel discussion. And once we're done with that, we'll see how to move on from there. Thank you.
Our chief guest, the ambassador of the Republic of Germany, our vice chancellor who has stepped out, and our principal, and all our guests, our keynote speakers. We are very happy to be here to start this panel. All protocol observed. I would like to welcome all of us again and to say that Professor Ngugi has been now released from hospital. He's better. Although he will not join us, as the principal said, all the other Ngugis are here. We have, our panel is made up of 4 panelists and I who will chair this session. We have Professor Abbas Chimba, professor in literature, specializing especially in orature, and and he is from the Department of Literature, where Ngugi wa Thiong'o was nurtured. Our next panelist is Mr. Aloysius Kwitonda, and he is our Ngugi scholar who on a daily basis updates himself on what is happening around Ngugi's life and Ngugi's scholarship. So we have our living encyclopedia in the Department of Literature as far as Ngugi is concerned. And even if he's sleeping and you whisper Ngugi, he will have something to say. Right. Next is Dr. Edgar Nabtany, our head of department, our cheerleader, the one who mobilizes the Department of Literature in every way currently. And he's the one, he's an expert in novels, so he has done a lot on the novels of Ngugi and other novelists, but he has also done a lot on trauma, and you know that Ngugi has a lot to say in that area. There are so many other things he has done. He has just recently been the shining star that hosted Professor Wangusa in the Department of Literature. And all of you feel this hall to overflow how his leadership goes. We have Professor Dominique DePio. Sometimes we say Dominica, whatever we feel is more stylish. This afternoon, the stylish thing is Dominic. So Professor Reverend Sister Dominique DePio is a professor in literature and film studies, and her CV is a mountain, and I'm not a mountain person. Dr. Edgar Nabtany is the one who comes from the mountains, so he would be able to handle your CV better than I. As you see, I come from the plains, so I will not go into your CV. I now want to introduce our subject today, and that is Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Mabibi na mabwana, napenda kukaribisha Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, bin wa chuo kikuu cha Makerere. Asante sana. Basebo ne banyabo, mu bitiibwa byammwe buli omu mu kiti kye. Munzikirize mbanjulire mutabani wa Makerere, Ssaabakenkufu Ngugi wa Thiong'o, mu lulimi Oluganda, taata ne maama wange mwe bangunjulira. Ntandikidde mu nnimi zino kubanga Ssaabakenkufu Ngugi, ekigambo ky'okwenyumiriza mu nnimi ez'obuzaaliranwa ku lukalu lwa Afirika, kimusanyusa nnyo nnyini. Ate era Ssaabakenkufu ono amaloboozi g'olulimi Oluganda agamanyi bulungi kubanga yasomera wano e Makerere okuva 1959 okutuusa 1964 lwe yeeyangulira digiri esooka. Bwe yeewangulira digiri esooka. Oluusi ne mu Luzungu, I have that kind of thing, so yes. I'm deeply delighted to introduce to us the subject of this panel discussion at Makerere, a Makerere star in the Humanities and Social Sciences, Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Professor Ngugi is the son of many places, but I would like to insist that he is first and foremost a son of two places, both of them located in East Africa. These places are Kamiridhu village near Limuru in Kiambu district in Kenya, about 19 kilometers northeast of Nairobi city, where he was born in 1938, and Makerere University, a stone throw from Wandegea, one of Professor Ngugi's favorite places, a place he has said he regards as his second home. I mention these two places because of what they mean in reading Ngugi from whatever angle you choose to read him. I mention Kamiridhu as a starting point because it is significant in Professor Ngugi's life in many ways that we cannot enumerate here. Professor Ngugi's creativity is deeply tied to this place, even in his literary thought and practice. In fact, the events that led to his imprisonment in 1977 were hinged on Kamiridhu, where he and Ngugi wa Miri and the peasants of Kamiridhu staged the well-known play, I Will Marry When I Want. I choose to argue that his life of moving from place to place and impacting on people's lives and thinking is intricately woven in the events of 1977 at his birthplace, Kamiridhu. The second magical place in Professor Ngugi's life is Makerere University. If you read his vast works, you will come to know and understand But for now, let me let you know that Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o came to us here at the then Makerere University College in 1959 and left in 1964 when it became the University of East Africa. Ngugi often asserts, and I quote, "Makerere made me." Those with a poetic ear may note the alliteration in this catchphrase and feel the music of Makere's influence on Ngugi's soul. I have concentrated on Makerere to show you where this eminent son of Africa has his literary cradle. Makerere, as this panel will show, is crucial in Ngugi's formation as a writer and critical thinker, who has all along set out to challenge dominant ways and ideas about Africa, because he feels that in order to regain their identity and their spaces in all spheres, Africans ought to understand themselves within their contexts. Ngugi encapsulates the energy and hope of the time he was at Makerere, as well as the sustained resilience of a human being persistent in making humanity never to lose its innocence. In August 2004, while he visited this beloved place, he was asked by a journalist whether he was still a communist. Ngugi replied, and I quote, "My ideology is art. Everything that affects humanity negatively, I will oppose and write on. Everything that is good for humanity, I shall praise." Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me a discussion on an exceptional son of this place, whose spirit has risen above the anxieties and trepidations of our colonial condition. And kindly note that the label "Made in Makerere" is a brand, even at 100 years of existence. Kati ngenda kutandika. Kirabika temunzikiriza kutandika mu Luganda, kanzireyo mu Luzungu. Omanyi bw'obanga otidde nnyo oluusi ogenda n'otandika ebintu bulijjo by'ototera kukola, nga kaakati ntandise kye bayita mu Luzungu stammering. Mbadde mmanyi temujja kitegeera mu Luganda. So, kaakati ngenda kutandika ne Ssaabakenkufu, Dr. Abbas Chimba, Haji Salongo. I will begin with two specific things. A report about Ngugi, the undergraduate from the then Department of English at Makerere University College, dated 3rd September 1963, and part of it reads, "Ngugi's intellectual quality is beyond question, but he seems unable, as is perhaps inevitable in a man of such marked creative talent and strong personal reactions to the writings of others, to concentrate his attention to literature that does not directly interest him. And he also neglects his language study and is only just beginning to improve his speech. Considering the pressures and temptations to which he has been subjected, one must give high praise to his moral and intellectual integrity." Does this report resonate in any way with the Ngugi you know as a person and from his creative and intellectual work? I think we have, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Excellency, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Being the first speaker at such a panel comes with its challenges, and the onus falls upon me to put Ngugi in context before I directly answer or respond to the question. Yes, the comment resonates with what I know about Ngugi, but in this context. The Ngugi that Makerere received was 21 years old at that time. He was a young man coming from high school in Kenya. Before he came to us, that is us as an institution, that's about the time when I was being born. No, I was actually, yeah, that's around the time when I was born, with 1958, 59. Before he came to us, he had been subjected to a lot of harassment alongside his countrymen, the colonial pressure, the settler pressure that every Kenyan went through. You know, the Kenyan experience was different from the Ugandan experience. Kenya developed as a colony and was very much on the way to becoming like South Africa, while Uganda was a protectorate. So he arrived in a Uganda that was contextually a little more free than Kenya was, even though they were both under colonial rule. So he was a frightened Ngugi. If you want to know the kind of frightened Ngugi that Makerere received, you only have to read the novel Weep Not Child, which he wrote when he was a student here, and examine the character of Njoroge. The Njoroge who had been arrested by colonial authorities because his brother had killed a white settler, and he had been subjected to all forms of torture. In a way, Ngugi was reflecting his experience there. Secondly, the Ngugi that we received at Makerere had been subjected to much of what we went through in our early school days. The kind of linguistic intimidation, where at high school or even in primary school, you were traumatized for speaking your language. We had, in my school, we had a black cardboard with a string in it, and if you were hard speaking a word in Luganda, you were then made to wear it, and it was written on black man, meaning you're speaking Luganda. We called it blowing. You were actually blowing. And it was a crime that could cause you to dig an anthill and for the whole day while others went to school. The crime was you are caught speaking Luganda. So we learned to speak Luganda as a kind of a privilege, because as soon as the school broke off, it was a privilege to be able to speak Luganda freely. And then with some kind of fear that maybe some school teacher might still be following you. This was the Ngugi that we received here. He had, and his reaction to language issues later is informed by this kind of background. Thirdly, the Ngugi that we received had been subjected to a lot of Christian intimidation, the Christian onslaught onto the culture of his people. Everything African was evil, and the only good thing that you could do was what made you a good Christian boy. Okay, so he came into Makerere with that background. Fourthly, he came from a situation where land had been alienated. His family had actually suffered physical movement from the more fertile Gikuyu plains to land that was less fertile. So this is something that he captures in A Grain of Wheat, one of his novels. He creates that legendary, the metaphorical character called Mubia, who told them to close their eyes so that they can pray. Of course, his eyes had to remain open because he had to read the word. But when they opened their eyes, the land was gone. Okay? And so when Ngugi came into Makerere, Makerere gave him some kind of breather, a kind of freedom that he had not experienced. It was a time to reflect on the things that had happened to him. He was still frightened. He had the experiences had left with him kind of stammer, which he retains up to now, and he was suspicious of everything that looked like it wanted to recreate his childhood. So when he started, the comment here about his inability to concentrate on attention that does not directly interest him, his attitude towards the literatures, the literatures that were irrelevant, that were considered irrelevant to the struggle, was informed by the fact that he had to go now. Yes. So he had to go. He had to focus on that type of literature that highlighted the issues that he had gone through. In the words of his elder brother, Chinua Achebe, elder in the writing trade, art sake was to them deodorized dog shit. Okay, this is the kind of thing that you engage in when you have issues to deal with that are real, the issues that constitute opportunity to liberate both your mind and your people against a problem that there was. Yes, so in that context, I associate with Ngugi. Just allow me to make one additional remark, that I have interacted with Ngugi severally, and my last interaction with him was 2013, of my Luganda translation of Okot Pabitek's Song of Lawino. And he was super excited that we were doing this thing, picking a work that had been originally conceived in English and were translating it into one of the local languages. And he kind of suggested, of course, inquired whether it was possible for me to translate even a chapter from one of his books so that it was read in Luganda by the audience. I agreed, but have not yet done it.
Thank you very much, Professor Chimba. Weebale nnyo era tulinda ekitabo ekyo ky'ogenda okuwandiika okuzza mu Luganda. Tumanyi nti nno ojja kukikola ng'era bwe wakola omulanga gwa Lawino. Now I would like to ask you, Ngugi scholar, this question. In a form marked 17th March 1960, James Ngugi amended his name to James Thiongo Ngugi, and the report bears the remark that the necessary alteration has been made in the college records. This document shows that Ngugi's change of name did not begin on the cover of his first collection of essays, Homecoming, but in this report of 1960 or even earlier. What do you make of this change? Does it strike you as important in any way?
Thank you, SK. The answer to this question is not complicated. SK, I'm afraid we in the department we colleagues. It has become inherent that
is it working?
So I refer to my teacher here as Susan Tigurit as SK. I'm supposed to be AKW. My head of department is EN, and my colleague, sister is DD. So that's what we encourage our students to refer to us, instead of stammering, calling us this or the other. Now, this question, I said, is simple, in the sense that we expect each one of us that is a human, as a result of the experiences we are exposed to. And as my teacher has informed us, Ngugi's background has been one of being brutalized for reasons he could not understand. So, from the time he started feeling a sense of freedom, he also wanted to disassociate with intellectual intimidation, that if you are not known by the first name, you lose their identity. The difference is that what happened in 1960 did not become as significant as what happened in 1969, when he changed from James Ngugi to Ngugi wa Thiong'o. And this change is reflected in all the works he has produced from the time he was an undergraduate student in what was then Northcote, which is now Nsibirwa. If lifeless things like a hall of residence can change, what about us human beings? I want to imagine that the change is ongoing. We pray that God gives him more time to be with us, so we can have a lot more.
Podium. So I'm now going to ask you, EN, man of the mountains, this question. In his memoir, Birth of a Dreamweaver, which is on Makerere. Oh, sorry, it is, I'm sorry, EN, I meant DD. You're beginning to look alike, so this is why I'm mixing up. Right. Right, DD, Professor Sister Dipio, in his memoir, Birth of a Dreamweaver, Ngugi describes Makerere in these words. The bus from Wandegea was a slow motion, motion climb to a biblical city on a hill. Except this city was here and now. It had a real name, Makerere University College. Why does Makerere hold this elevated position in Ngugi's mind?
That question was yeah, Makerere was equivalent to the biblical city for Ngugi for several reasons. In the fact, he got to know who he really was as a creative artist from Makerere. He looks at Makerere as that place.
Thank you.
It is from Makerere that the artist Ngugi wa Thiong'o was born. It was in Makerere, as we have heard from AK, that he wrote his first 2 novels and several other short stories. And then, of course, a climatic moment that we all celebrate Ngugi for was his key role in celebrating the independence of Uganda when he produced The Black Hermit at the National Theatre instead of the main hall in Makerere, which was what some people thought the play was to be staged. But it was a play that was celebrating the independence of Uganda. So Ngugi saw his emerging career as an artist right here in Makerere. By the way, the hallmark of Makerere University was the English department then, which Ngugi describes as the cream jewel of the college, Makerere University College. For those of you who have historicized Makerere's history, you know that right from 1922, the English department that Ngugi later joined in 1959 was a key place for anyone to be, because from the perspective of the colonialists, it was a place where culture was born. And even if it is from that lens, just to go through what our guest of honor mentioned, that is the place where humanity was born, where history was enshrined. And we see this history actually in Ngugi's writing a great deal. Another reason why Makerere, you mentioned, moderator, how Wandegia was so close to Ngugi wa Thiong'o as the next town to the hill. And you know, artists cannot grow their imagination locked up in a place like this. And you yourself tell me that once in a while you take the taxi, because that is where you feel the vibe of the people, and there you get your creative imagination. So Ngugi often went to Wandegia as the place where his imagination was concretely fermented. Although Makerere was the hill, I liked very much in this book, his memoir, how, you know, he was not confined to the hill. He was moving to Kisubi. This is where things are happening. So this kind of locus is very important for artists. Another important thing Ngugi remembers Makerere for, and it means so much more to him, was because of the Pan-African nature of Makerere University. And just as the first speaker said, Ngugi came from Kenya, where the Calabar was strong, close almost to what was in the apartheid South Africa. When he got here, he was fascinated about how the various races mixed. So Makerere held that place where there was no cultural boundary. And he particularly spoke about this when he described the production of the Black Hermit. And the boxers, the Asians, were key in this. So these are memories that are very important, not only to Ngugi, but also to us to reflect on, because it points to how a university, by its very name, should be that space where one feels borderless in terms of relationships, in terms of human experience, and forever that was the mark for Ngugi. I want to say something quickly about how Ngugi identified with Makerere in relation to the Makererean oath. Yes. In those days, the students show an oath once they got here, and they wore their red gowns, and the oath was in pursuit of truth, in pursuit of academic excellence. And so, for us, students who are here in the audience and all of us, I think this is something to go back to. When you wear the red gown, what do you identify with? At Ngugi's time, it was a moment of pride because you are a Makererian and people saw you as such. So Ngugi looks at Makerere at that level. And then, of course, the open gate. He mentioned that at Makerere, everybody, politicians, artists, intellectuals, all gelled here. And for us, humanities, we knew the main hall was the place where humanistic activities really had priority. So there are so many things to remember Ngugi to be fond of Makerere and Wandegya particularly. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. Now I want to turn to you. You see, I was trying to please my boss, so I even tried to make him speak before his turn. Ian, I would like to ask you about Penpoint. Penpoint magazine, which later became Dana, was so central to the Department of English, which later became the Department of Literature. What were these creative journals? Why were they so significant in the life of a department? And what was Ngugi's role in Penpoint?
Thank you, SK. You introduced me as a man from the hills. I wanted to pledge my allegiance to the Sava Sajja and say, Ndi musacha wa Kabaka afe pale. And he has, but back to the question, I will have two answers to that question. The first and the easiest part is Ngugi's role in Penpoint. Of course, as it has already been established, Ngugi comes to Makerere in 1959. A year before that, Penpoint had been established. And from 1959 to 1964, when he leaves, Ngugi is actively and passionately involved in the activities of Penpoint as the editor of, I think, the 1960 issue, but as on the editorial board of all the 4 issues from 59 to 1964. He did not only do the editorial curatory work, but he also did write. He got published in Penpoint. For example, in the 1961 issue, October, he had 2 pieces in that issue. One was a short story entitled The Village Priest, and the other one was a poem entitled The Wind. I'm significantly alerted to the idea that the short story was actually a rehearsal of the penultimate chapter of The River Between. That those who have read The River Between, Waiyaki has done a good job. He has, after Syriana has chased the pagan out of Syriana Missionary School, he has started schools. He is the teacher, but then he falls in love with Nyambura, who is a Christian, and he has to answer. And this chapter in The River Between starts its journey, and I presume it is shaped by its publication. Now to the larger conceptual theoretical part of your question, the literary journals. In a way, maybe because of its particular colonial history, France and especially the city of Paris became the center of Pan-African intellectual activity. Who is who in the independence movement, whether it is American or Caribbean or African, was in Paris, and there was this tradition of Parisian intellectual clubs and platforms, the most famous being Présence Africaine. And it is this idea that was carried back to the continent by expatriate lecturers like David Cook at Makerere, Uli Baya at University of Ibadan. He started Black offers. We have Penny Point. This was the moment of decolonization, and the conversation had to be had. And the conversation was being had in the pages of Black authors. It was being debated in the pages of Penny Point. Of course, 3 years later, an Indian Ugandan starts to transition some place in downtown Kampala. And of course, Bless, Modise, and others were doing wonderful work with drum in South Africa. Yes. So this was the moment of the journals. And the essence of this journals was to create a conversation about the post-colony and how to get independence. Of course, the equivalent of today would be TikTok. Penny Point was the TikTok of that time. And Ngugi, like everyone else, his contemporaries, had something to say. And it was said in Penny Point, in transition, in Black offers, in drum. In fact, the intellectual engagement between the East and the West, Nkrumah and Mazrui, Nyerere and Mazrui were curated in these literary magazines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I want to go back to Reverend Sister Didi. And this is what I want to ask you, Didi. You realize I'm not saying anything because these are experts. You don't make the mistake of trying to summarize what they've said. Otherwise, nja kunanagira. Right. So, Didi, many people interested in African literature and in Ngugi's work tend to point to his book, Decolonizing the Mind, as the point when his love affair with the language question began. When, in your knowledge of his work, did Ngugi's conscious engagement with issues of language begin? And at what point is he now concerning this matter? Maybe just to make a big question out of this, what is the place of African language in African scholarship?
Thank you very much, Eske. Well, Decolonizing the Mind was written much later than Ngugi's consciousness with language, the language question started. I think we all remember this. I would like to think it started even before the 1962 conference, although that is the conference we remember, which took place here in Makerere, the first ever conference on writers of English language expression. Previously, other conferences where Black people participated as writers took place elsewhere. But the first time ever on the African continent was here in Makerere in 1962. And during that conference, there were strong arguments on several other things, and the language question was there. But Ngugi always says, you know, the language question was not quite addressed in that conference because already those who came to it were those who write in the English language. And the idea of beginning to write in African languages emerged even in the debates there. He was one of the proponents of that, and Obi Wali supported him, and others, there were two, lines of argument. One is that the African language well, what about the multiplicity of these so many languages? When we have the English or French or these other, languages that we have inherited from our colonial experience, they have the ability to communicate, widely, and the complication of the multiplicity of languages in Africa was considered as an obstacle to begin to even think about promoting literature in African languages. But right from there, Ngugi has always been going against the current, if you like. He takes the road less traveled because sometimes that road is difficult to navigate. But it has benefits. Among what he considers the big benefits is really arriving and reaching out for the memory of African peoples that he argues, and over the years, because I've been doing researches in the local languages and in the communities, I've come to realize really that some of these concepts that Ngugi thinks we should access in our local languages, the English language hides them, and we never get at the bottom of what the language that, our mother tongues can make us reach. We miss out a lot, and above all, in decolonizing the mind, he really emphasizes this issue of the importance of language as very deeply connected to culture, and failure to write in your language and to continue to write in the given languages is a kind of starving the memory of the community. But Ngugi has got even a little more practical, because he's not saying that our colonial heritage should be buried in terms of language. It's a wealth to keep. But he says we can be multilingual. Multilingualism is what he has promoted all along. We can write in our several languages and also in English. And above all, write in your local language and get to translation in English. He has given us examples of people who argue that, we don't have the orthography, we don't have the concepts that can express scientific thought, and he has demystified it by giving us examples of people, a scholar who has written an MA in science and a PhD also in agricultural science in Gikuyu, and then later had it translated into English or in Cornell University. So the whole point here is sometimes it is very difficult for us to open paths and to travel the less traveled path. But the overall effect on this, Ngugi argues, and I really agree, is loss of memory, loss of our cultural memory, which is enshrined in our languages. And so the question of, can this language carry the weight of our cultures and values? Yes, our African languages can carry. And then we can, and then of all the time it talks of how all the great literatures in the world have reached us through translation. If you talk of Anna Karenina, we have received it through translation. All of this. So why can't we have more confidence? And he has gone practical in doing that, moving to the second part of the question, to actually begin to write in his native language. If Ngugi were listening to you, I think today he will be extremely happy with you, because you are speaking in Luganda, Kiswahili, English, That's quite impressive, but I know you also write. Wow, you are a true African. And also you do write in Luganda too. So the challenge Ngugi throws us is really all of us scholars to try to write in our local languages. I have tried, but it has not been published. But when you are writing in your local language, you should write in a language community. have it go to the community and you have a discussion about those concepts. But it's a possibility for us to do this. The fear of us being in so many languages should not inhibit us. People who are truly Africanists think there's so many languages in Uganda, for instance, can be grouped and categorized into a few. We can actually write literature in some of these languages and have glossaries. You can write literature in Bantu language. I don't know which one will be that. And then, so that there are no delays about what you call procrastination is what we suffer from, and it stops us from taking the difficult step. But all of these people did take the difficult step. So the challenge is ours to write those stories. I know there is literature written in local languages already, in Luganda especially. But we do not access this. We do not even treat them as literature on the same level as the others. So I think we should broaden our concept of literature. For me, as somebody who makes film, one of the closest ways to also access local language is to allow my characters speak in local languages, and then you render in subtitle. That is the closest of the local language production I've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Didi. You have mentioned the Makerere conference, so I want to ask AK on this. Because Didi has already talked about this, but I want to ask a more substantial question on it. When Ngugi was a second-year student here at Makerere, he got an invitation to attend the first international conference of African writers of English expression that was held here in 1962 and was actually hosted in Northcote Hall. So he was on home ground. What was the impact of this event on Ngugi and on African literature in general?
Thank you, Chair. As Didi has said, there had been gatherings of African writers before. Yes, there had been gatherings of African writers before. Writers had gathered in Paris, they had gathered in the UK, they had gathered in America. But this was the first time that they were coming to the African continent. Ngugi, at that time, was a student at Makerere, and he came to this conference with a mixture of fear and excitement. Not fear, intimidation, actually. A bit awed by the attendance. Just to put it in context, this conference was attended by 45 participants, out of whom were 29 established writers. And among them were people with such big names as Ezekiel Mpalele, there was Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka, at that time, the Nobel Literary Prize winner, had already written the works for which we know him, like Dance of the Forest, The Lion and the Joe was already published, Trials of Brother Jero was already out there, Swamp Dwellers was already published. So Ezekiel Mfalele's, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing the name right, but that is about there. Man Must Die was already out in 1947, Ezekiel Mpalele. Down Second Avenue, 1959. African Image, 1962. So he was coming in, it was his first major contact with the world of writers. There were writers, there were people like Langston Hughes from the Caribbean. And when we mention Langston Hughes, for us in literature, we want to stand up and salute, okay? But he was here. at Makerere with them. So when that conference happened, it opened to Ngugi lots of possibilities. Things were possible. At that time, he had written short stories, and Weep No Child was in draft. It was just about to come out, but he wasn't even sure yet whether it was the kind of thing that he wanted to do. So the impact of the 1962 conference was threefold. One, for Ngugi himself as a person, it helped him come out of the shell. He knew what he wanted to do for his people, release the pressure, okay, that had been imposed on them by the colonial experience. He wanted to do that through writing, but he didn't know how it could possibly be done. The 1962 offered him that possibility. For Makerere, it was exposure to the world. Yes, Makerere was, transitioning. It was University of East Africa from being a University College of London, but a few people knew about it out there. And after that, Makerere began featuring in all international events. It was even given, the Secretariat of the Commonwealth Languages and Literature was brought here in the 1970s, in the run-up to the 70s, just before the coup of Idi Amin. That was because of the 1962 conference. So for Ngugi, it was an eye-opener. The other thing that happened to Ngugi at that conference was the paper by Obi Wali. Obi Wali reviewed that conference, and he rubbished it. He said, until these writers and their Western midwives realize that true African literature is that written in an African language, they will only be following a dead end, and it will only lead to stagnation. Ngugi had that. Of course, he went on to write in English a few more works, but he converses in the 1986 publication, Decolonizing the Mind, Language of African Literature. He confesses that the comment of Obi Wali continued to haunt him until he came he came into of age on the question of language. By 2013, when he visited us here at Makerere, he was able to make this statement, and this is what I will close with to give others opportunity. He said, and I quote, "If you know all the languages of the world, and you do not know your mother tongue or the language of the culture of the community into which you were born, that is enslavement. But if you know your language and add all the languages of the world to it, that is empowerment." Thank you.
Thank you very much, AK. Now, I want to get away from the question of language slightly, and I want to ask you, AKW, because you've been too quiet. Ngugi has consistently, or maybe let me put it this way, Ngugi has made no secret of the fact that his mother was an anchor and a formative force in his intellectual life. Why was she, and is she, so influential in his life?
Thank you. To be able to answer this question, I would like to cite what Ngugi said of his mother at the launch of the publication of his novel, Petals of Blood, in 1977. This is what he said of his mother. I would like to start by introducing to the audience the woman who has all along inspired me, the woman who, in fact, made me go to school to learn how to read and write. I'm referring to my mother, my peasant mother. I'm happy that she's here tonight to witness the launching of Petals of Blood, not only because it is the one of the results of my learning how to read and write, but also because in so many ways, the Kenyan peasantry is the real actor in the novel. The turning of peasants into proletariats by alienating them from the land is one of the most crucial social upheavals of the 20th century, one moreover fraught with pregnant possibilities for the future. This is what Ngugi said at the launch of Petals of Blood in July 1977. I can only add that those among us who are mothers and mothers-to-be, if they are not going to be mothers like Ngugi's mother, give up. I will also say that if you are a son or daughter and you are not going to be a son or daughter that Ngugi was to his mother,
give up.
Then you have no place on the planet.
Thank you so much, AKW. I'm sure that our principal is very happy and wants to engage with you, but I'm not going to give her that opportunity. I want to now go to you, Ian, and ask you something also slightly different, because we are focusing on Makerere and the relationship of Ngugi to Makerere and Makerere to Ngugi. Ngugi claims Makerere made him, and sometimes some people have said Ngugi also makes Makerere. Ngugi left Makerere, as you know, with 2 complete novels. They were published later when he left, but they were complete, written in Northcote Hall. He had also 1 major play, you know, The Black Hermit, that was staged at the National Theatre. He had 2 one-act plays, and he goes on about the play The Wound in My Heart because of, you know, the stories around it. He had 9 short stories and over 60 journalistic pieces. Right. I want to ask you, what is your comment on what this enumeration that I've just given you? How did this undergraduate manage this feat?
Thank you, SK. The simple answer to that is he is a genius. And in every generation, such persons come once. Of course, there is people, when they are not being charitable to the literature department, elsewhere there, they make that reference and wonder how many sentences a current BA Arts leaves Makerere with. And maybe it could be several tweets and Instagram posts, but seriously, the man himself cannot be discounted. Ngugi is a genius, and geniuses always need an opportunity. and the opportunity was the generation or the time he lived in. Professor Nawangwe, when he was opening the recent homecoming, dinner, delineated the 10 generations of Makerere alumni. I agree with him that we have had 10 generations, but I wanted to posit that the most significant generation is the generation that came in the 50s and left in the 60s. And this is the generation to which Ngugi belongs. And they, as Franz Fanon had argued in The Wretched of the Earth, they had a revolutionary duty. Their revolution had to be written. So the genius of Ngugi plus the circumstance of the decolonizing moment when he comes of age, very much explains his productivity at Makerere. And of course, you can't forget the role of what Makerere contributed. We could have a whole discussion about the role of Margaret McPherson and the role of David Cook in nurturing the most important cohort of East African writers. So there was a disenabling atmosphere. And Cook is quoted to have said that most of his students studying English was part-time. They were there in the department reading English, reading Shakespeare, but their passion was writing. And Ngugi is a very good example of this. Of course, there are many others, John Nagenda, Peter Natharas. This is a generation which, had that revolutionary duty of using their craft, of using their skill to contribute to the decolonizing point at that time. So sometimes we have to sit back and reflect. When we talk of decolonizing, it is not new. It started with the Ngugis, or as a proud Makererian, I would say it started with us in the pages of Penpoint, in the pages of transition. But the circumstances could have been right. David Cook could have provided a conducive environment, but the man, in this case Ngugi wa Thiong'o, was a genius, and as I'll repeat, they come once in a while.
Thank you very much. AK is saying, he's agreeing to this. Right. AK, since you are nodding furiously, fast and furiously, I want to ask you, Ngugi, as we have said again and again, started writing, as he has just said, at a time of great change and a dawn of new possibilities. What would you say is the importance of Ngugi's early work? I know you have already discussed part of it, but could you tell us in more detail what is the importance of the novels and the plays and all the other writing that Ngugi walked away with in his bag as he left Makerere, and also during the years that followed the time he had left?
Okay, thanks, SK. Let me broaden it a little. There are two types of moments for writers. There are those writers who recreate moments of the past and bring them to life and make you feel like you witnessed it. Like you witnessed this. Such a writer is Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. If you've read Half the Yellow Sun, you'll know the kind of thing I'm talking about. She captures the crisis, partly the Biafran War, and then the crisis in northern Nigeria, and makes you feel like you were present. That's a special skill. That lady is skilled, I can tell you. If you haven't read any of her novels, pick them up and read them. Now, but she's the most skilled because she's working, swimming against a tide of history. Things have already happened, and you've got to show. You've got to show reason why you are bringing them up again in order to justify people to read you. Now, Ngugi and Chinua Achebe are people who wrote at a time when things were happening, when they were positioned at a moment to steal the show. You kind of wish you were there with them so that you could have written things fall apart at the time. 1958 was a time of change when things fall apart came out, and it explained so many things that happened there. Ngugi wrote at a time when Uganda was getting its independence, and he wrote the play that was staged to commemorate its independence, 1962. He just happened to be at the right place at the right time. If you are Ugandan, you want to write a play to commemorate Uganda's independence, sorry, the moment already passed. Okay, you can't get it. So he wrote a grain of wheat. Things, in a way, one of my teachers, the late Austin Jet, used to tell us that one of the issues to be remarked about Ngugi, it's not necessarily a negative thing, but it's something noteworthy, that he's too faithful to history. Sometimes you read a grain of wheat, and you walk into Nairobi, and you expect to see probably Gikonyo might pop up in one of those streets, a little bit aged, but describes Gikonyo like he were real. Okay, so one of the real significances of Ngugi's early work is that it captures things at a time when they were happening, and they involve people into the proceedings. And that is part, the coincidence of time plus the style of the man. If you see what he did with Ngugi wa Miri in I Will Marry When I Want. He went to, what's that community? Kamirithu community. They produced the play together. Things were happening. The exploitation was happening then, and it was the right moment to do that. When you look at Weep Not Child, I've already remarked that when you read Njoroge, when you capture the character of Njoroge in Weep Not Child, and actually Njoroge's mother, if you remember the quotation that AKW has just read to you, Njoroge's mother was to Njoroge what Ngugi's mother was to Ngugi. So for him, it's life. It's not just about it's not just creative work. It's not imagining things. It's life for real that is being lived by the people. So in summary, the early works are an opportunity for us to experience the way things happened. And lastly, I've interacted with Ngugi about his work, The River Between. It's the work that he's least enthusiastic about. You try to draw him into a discussion of it. He's very reluctant to discuss it. And so I tried to interact with him. In 1994, we met at Penn State University in the US in a conference. I tried to draw him out on it. He was very unwilling to discuss it. So the last time he came here in 2013, I followed him up, and this time I put the question to him very directly. I said, why don't you want to discuss The River Between? It is a very important work for us. And he told me that he wished he could have the opportunity to rewrite The River Between, but its moment passed. Okay? So he's a man of moments. He wrote it at the right moment, but there's something which he feels he did not do the way it should have been done, and the moment passed, and he doesn't want to return to that one. He goes with things that are moving. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You are talking about imprisoning or seeing characters. You know that Matigari was being looked for and needed to be arrested. Matigari is a fictional figure in the... And when they didn't find him, they found the book and burnt it. Right. Yeah. Our authorities can be efficient. Right. Okay. I want, since we are talking about Ngugi and his vision and how he sees things, AKW, can you tell us, back to the 1970s, Ngugi is said to begin to expand his horizons as a creative thinker. For instance, as Eke has mentioned, he collaborated with Ngugi Wamiri and the Kamirithu community to produce his play, I'll Marry When I Want. Can you, adding to what Eke has just said, explain as briefly as you can the significance of these moments?
Thank you once again, SK. I will again answer that question by citing three statements by the author himself. One is about the co-authorship of The Trial of Dedan Kimathi with Michel Mugo, and this is what he says. The joint authorship of The Trial of Dedan Kimathi itself was an act of literary and political intervention. Later on, in Decolonizing the Mind, he says, it was Kamirithu that was decisive in my actual break with my past praxis in the area of fiction and theater. And finally, in Detained, a writer's prisoner's diary, he says what he calls my testament. I'm unrepentant. I do not regret even a single minute of my many Saturdays and Sundays and evenings that I worked with the peasants and workers at Kamirithu and learned far more than I ever gave to them in the whole area of our music, dance and drama and language. I also learned from them the sheer meaning of sheer selfless dedication to a community effort, a communal effort. The Kanu government can detain me for life if they so wish, but I know they cannot destroy the Kamirithu idea. Wow. This is what he says about his collaboration with peasants and workers at Kamirithu. I can only add that those of us who enlist ourselves as students especially in Makerere University, will you please learn to read and read relevant stuff, not social media, social, what is that nonsense? Where people are engaged in loose talk. One English novelist called them the philosophical group. The people who know a lot about others and very little about themselves. Let's learn to read and read avidly. Ngugi is an avid reader in addition to being a creative writer. Thank you.
So still around that area, I'm coming to you, Ian. And when Ngugi visited in 2004, there were many people running, many journalists going to him for interviews. In an interview by Jonam during his 2004 visit to Uganda and to Makerere, Ngugi said this: African countries must get away from the practice of overlooking intellectuals. Ideas are very important to progress and development. When we disregard ideas and debates of intellectuals, we are heading for a fall. Does this observation hold any truth or value for Africa?
Thank you, SK. The statement is true, and it should be something that, as a people, we should aspire to. I will respond. I will take a detour and take you to the 80-year-old Mugisu you celebrated recently. In his novel, Upon This Mountain, Mwambu is being confirmed in the Christian faith. And Reverend Mataliti, is speaking and tells them that the new manhood is not of the Bagisu variety of facing the knife, but of reading books. And Mwambu makes, a decision then that he would read all the books and complete them in Makerere. Essentially, reading all the books and completing them in the Makerere of the various countries is, the starting point of intellectualism. As a community, it is saddening that there is a sense of anti-intellectualism going around. In Uganda, phrased nicely in the phrase, what has the professor done? How many professors have buildings in downtown Kampala? This is something that Ngugi and other thinkers like them are warning us against. Of course, man, woman, human beings are capable of great imagination. But this imagination must be harnessed. It must be tempered. And it is in intellectual work that we harness this imagination, give it direction, and use it for the service of mankind. Let's think of our imagination as the turbulent waters of River Nile. Without harnessing them and without directing them, they can be destructive. But when we harness them and we direct them through Bujagali Dam or Narubale Dam or Isimba, which got off recently, we produce power. We use it for, the Egyptians use it for irrigation. And as I close, my favorite non-literary writers, the American journalist Malcolm Gladwell, and especially his text, The Outliers, and the Israeli historian Yuval Noah Harari, and his, bestseller, New York Times bestseller, Homo Sapiens, And when you bring these two together, they inspire us to a kind of intellectualism which is useful. Harari argues that we, Homo sapiens, are what we are because we can tell stories. And stories start with imagination. Gladwell tells us that we can become better at anything when we constantly do that thing. He talks of the 10,000 hour principle. I think we live in communities where being an intellectual, being a Makerere professor is something that is jeered at, but we shouldn't, because we have a duty, we have a responsibility. And I entirely agree with Ngugi that as a community, as a society, we should do intellectual work. And we in this room, online and physical, we have that duty and responsibility. Because God saved my mother, and like Ngugi talked about his mother, they can only spur us, they can inspire us, but we are responsible for thinking for them. I have rambled, but thank you for the opportunity to ramble.
Thank you, Ian. Now I want to ask Didi a question before I turn to the audience. You mentioned this before, that's why I'm asking you this question again, because I want you to focus on it a little more. In fact, people, when we talk about Ngugi, we talk about Ngugi and the language question debate. But people do not understand why we say the language question debate. Because Ngugi has made the language question popular, but it has become a debate. It's a constant debate. And so I want to ask, Ngugi has consistently argued that he would like to see a 3-language policy for East Africa, like you already said. He has said he would like to see us strengthen mother tongue as a foundation, add Kiswahili as the common language, then English. What is your own view on this proposal? Can this have any place in Makere's intellectual development?
Thank you very much. This is indeed a language questions problem. And I think it's framed like that deliberately because sometimes it superficially brings questions and problems in our minds. For example, the issue of local language, the 3-level language, for example, in every country, to facilitate the growth of that language, but also to facilitate easy communication. Colleagues, let's just look, for example, at, let's keep the context Uganda, for example. What makes it so difficult for us, for example, to think of a Ugandan language as a language we could use in line with Ngugi's proposal of 3-language tie, away from Kiswahili, as a language that is homegrown? Can we think of a language like this in our country to promote as the language we use? What is wrong with doing something like this to mark us as a country? Often we know that all these other languages in the world also have their dialects, and people were so attached to those dialects. And sometimes when you listen to them, they really sound like independent languages. I happened to study in Italy for my postgraduate program, and I was in a part of Italy where I went out of Rome for the first time during the holidays to spend time in that rural area. And by the time I left, I was not comfortable at all with formal official Italian language. And that was for me the opportunity to be immersed in a language community where I could learn the language. But when I got there, I could not understand their dialect. And I was praised for speaking Italian so well when I knew I didn't know it. So when they spoke in their dialect, I couldn't understand. But, you know, Italy, for example, was united. The unification of Italy got also the official Italian language, and they have a single language. Life becomes a little easier for them to grow a literature, and then you say this is this and that dialect. That's what I had mentioned earlier. So the whole sense of our identity, based around ethnicity sometimes, also prevents us from thinking around having a language that we could, you know, develop and grow, and it becomes also the local language in the country. So what makes it difficult for us to do that is perhaps a sense of national identity that has not quite gelled, because we are more maybe thinking of ethnic identities than national identity. So if we are really burning with a desire for national identity, maybe we will get there. But it's an important question. And then, of course, Kiswahili is an important language that Ngugi proposes. I'm very glad that now, as a country, we have finally, you know, pronounced ourselves on Kiswahili as an official language. Is it official? Yes. So, really, and for us in Choose, I think we have business there, all of us who haven't learned the language, to begin learning that language. And so, and then of course English or any other European language or several other European languages. So the point Ngugi is saying, which is true, which is doable, is to be multilingual really. And I can again bear benefit. I've stayed away from Italy for some time, and recently I went there, and my knowledge of Italian, when you know a language, you just feel at home. The German ambassador said this: doors open for you. You can ask for direction, but you can also feel you know this place because you know the language. If we start with getting a language of our own, we can feel we know. I know you because I understand your language and I understand. But this, as Ngugi said, he made a comment about Tanzania having done well for that, but he also made a critique about Mwalimu Julius Nyerere's policy that also caused the death almost, or the minimization of other languages. So learning from all of this, perhaps we should not kill those other languages that do not necessarily become national languages. We can also grow them, and local literatures can circulate. We have seen how it has happened in other parts of Africa. Yoruba, the Igbo, those little pamphlets, literature can grow. And the whole point for him is that very few people actually access English. And so it remains elitist if we remain writing in English. And the majority could be, you know, using the Kiswahili later on, but the lot majority will still be those local language literatures. I think those of you who read Luganda, who read newspaper they know how popular this is. So for me, my challenge, I'm included inside this challenge, is let's try our best to do the little we can. Local literatures for our local languages in those grassroots community, because I think now the language policy in schools have allowed us to grow those literature, especially those of us in literature department and language department, the school. We have the opportunity to do this like Ngugi is doing currently. Before I finish, I want to say a pet thing about what I like about Ngugi. His works over the years as it evolved. One is that the later novels, as we later see from Petals of Blood and so on, have adopted a very unique narrative style, from being the omniscient narrator, which is the God-I individual and so on. It is almost a communitarian narrative approach, where each person in the story tells their story, but it is everybody's story eventually you hear. So what do we see there? I see one thing in his literary style that also points to his identity as an African, claiming our sense of identity as a communitarian people. And I end this with tribute to our principal, who has kind of made us a communitarian community in Choose. Thank you.
That's a wonderful way to end, because you have our principal smiling. Now, I'm going to turn, we want to wind this up. We are supposed to stop at 6:25, so we are getting to that time. We don't want the convener to close the main door. So I would like to ask the audience if there are any questions that you would like to direct to these Ngugis. I'll take two questions so that we wind up and finish this.
Where?
Right, I will start that way.
I'm Samuel Auchi from the Department of History. My question concerns language. Ngugi wa Thiong'o calls on people to use their indigenous language, just Kiswahili. And now the question goes, we have another writer, the 2021 Nobel Peace Laureate in Literature, Abdul Razak Guna, who was born and brought up in Zanzibar. He writes in English, and he says that as long as you have outgrown the framework of the colonizer, you can still use the language of the colonizer. So, the comparison of the two, where would you situate Ngugi? Thank you.
Yes, can any one of us please answer this as quickly as possible?
Question. And that question was the essence, the thesis of Professor DiPio's discussion of the language question. There is the element of using language as a tool of emancipating, especially the masses, and here Ngugi's idea of mother tongue is very important. But ideas travel, ideas grow, and therefore, if English can help us in helping those ideas travel, then that is okay. But when we talk of English or any other foreign language, those languages have stopped being foreign. They have actually been acclimatized. When we speak English in Uganda, an Englishman will be lost because the English is Ugandan. So in a way, this is what my friends in language call creolization, a creation of a hybrid. We can't wish away the contact between Africa and colonialism. It is a reality. But it has produced a hybrid, and so in a way, thinking broadly about Ngugi's idea of indigenous language would actually include Creole languages that have an African composition.
One small addition to that, Chair. When Ngugi published Decolonizing,
Sorry. They're off. They're off. Okay.
When Ngugi published Decolonizing the Mind in 1986, he made a very strong argument for the use of our mother tongues. And his focus was also partly on the expression of culture and on the local populace. However much we get to use English, a time will not come when we can express our cultures in English. It's simply unrealizable. So he said, yes, he made this statement, this book is my farewell to English. That's what he said in 1986. From now on, it will be Gikuyu and Kiswahili all the way. But through the age-old medium of translation, I hope to maintain contact with the world. And that's a very reasonable position, I think. So it's not as if that when you write in English, when you write in Gikuyu, you have completely cut yourself off, but get the others to accept that ours are also languages, and when we write in them, they can receive our works in translation and read them and get our ideas. That's all.
I'll take
Thank you very much, the panelists. My name is Sabit Makara from Political Science. I have only two comments, not necessarily questions. The first one is that, in my view, Ngugi was also a political theorist. He was also a political actor. Maybe someone could comment on that one. Literary creations and activism, how they blend into this man. The other one I want to comment on is that much of his work, I think, was also ideological. In many ways, I think he was a Marxist. This did not come out very strongly in the discussion. You could still hammer that point out that actually Ngugi was a Marxist and a practical one in many ways.
Thank you. So I will hand over.
I would like to begin with the last question that our colleague has asked. He is referred to as a Marxist, as a communist, as what have you, just as blackmail. Ngugi was influenced by whatever he got contact with, beginning with the Bible. Read a grain of wheat, read petals of blood, devil on the cross. He turns the Bible inside out. But he does not do it the way our catechists do. When they slap your right cheek, you turn the left. If you slapped my right cheek, I won't turn my left. I will strike you as so bad that you will never think of striking me again. So Ngugi was simply influenced by what he got into contact with. And part of it is Marxist thinking. And let nobody deceive you that Marxist thinking is dangerous. It is not. All thinking is okay. It is how we use the thinking, how we appropriate the thinking to our own benefit.
Professor Makala, if Ngugi were here, and you raised that question, he would protest very strongly. He would look at it as a continuation of the attempts to intimidate him. Because his critics amplified this reference to him as a Marxist as a way of showing that he was associating with the bad guys, because this talk of Ngugi Marxist is a Western ideological orientation. So Marxism is a bad guy, they're associated with the Soviet Union, communism, German Mao, etc. So if you don't want to be labeled bad guy, then don't accept the label of Marxism. Our problems are neither Marxist nor capitalist. They are simply African. And if Marxism is what is good for us at a particular moment, then so be it.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think that's true. I want to say that, yes, he is ideological, which is what every writer is. Yes. Because we've just been talking here about how it all begins with the idea, and how you frame it. And you can read Ngugi in political science class. You can read him in a history class. You can read him in a cultural studies class. And that is really the character of literature, that it's being at the center. I always say that it's at the center of the humanities. It's what feeds it is what it brings from all this, what is observed in everyday life, whether it is in the politics, or it is in religion, or it is in other aspects of culture, language. So that is really what literature is about. And then it's now up to us, the interpreters, to read the political science, the cultural, into what the writer writes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as I said in the introduction to Ngugi, he actually said, when he was asked if he's a communist, he said that my ideology or my ideology is art. And that whatever is negative, he will oppose it. And what is positive and is made to support human beings, he will support it. I want to thank you very much as your chair. You have been very, very good Ngugis. Very good Ngugis. I'm sure that Saba Kenkufu Ngugi, if he were able to see you, he would be very, very happy, because he really, as the people who have been communicating to him know, he has been enthusiastic. He really wanted this to happen, and he wanted to have this conversation. You have made his dream a reality. And you know that Ngugi respects dreams, and he associates dreaming partly with Makerere. So we have done what Ngugi would think is a good thing. And so before those people clap for you, can you clap for yourselves? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our 5 Ngugis. And another round of applause to our panel and to the team, Dr. Chigulia and everyone. Thank you very much. Dr. Amon Mwine recently told me the one thing he admires about literary studies is that we can always go to every field and still remain literary in nature. So I guess you saw that, eh? And how we read Ngugi and so many of these things. Okay, just a few announcements. We are going to have all keynote sessions in this room, and every session which has A to it shall be in this room. So from 1A to 10A will be in this room. 1B to 10B shall be in the Choose Smart Room. There will be a coaster to pick people for meals, to bring them here and take them back to the college building. Session C will be in this building, and that will be in room 3.2. And then session D shall be in the conference room, which is on level 5 of this building. So just please take note of that. And there is also going to be Zoom links created for each of these sessions, and they will be shared with all the people who are supposed to present. I would like to thank everyone in the audience, everyone on the online platform for being part of this opening ceremony. I would like to thank you too for your patience with us, and thank you, Dr. Chiguli, for helping us keep a little more time to us. I'm going to request the convener for this event, and now I can't see him. Dr. Mugumya, is he around? Yes, I'm going to request Dr. Mugumya to lead all the people on the most front seats. No, most front row. English. The most front row. I'm going to ask Dr. Mugumya to lead the people on the most front row to a space in there. And once they're all gone there, we would like to welcome you for a networking session. Thank you very much, and do have a good evening to yourselves.